be sprung.
Good morning. I'm back with another stream, the first one this year, and hopefully everything works just fine. I'm trying out some new streaming software, and yeah, so just let me know if something doesn't work. Yes, Cooler SK, how are you doing? Happy New Year, by the way. Yeah, I had some stuff to do in December, so couldn't stream, but now I'm back, and the plan is to implement some attributes today. So this is a task I've been wanting to do for quite a while. And I've thought about it because, okay, let me go through this. Let's open up this one and open up my tiny bare bones issue about attributes here. So this game will have a lot of different attributes, and they will work differently as well. So here are a few I've written up. So we have these attributes. So these attributes are for creatures, and actually some of them are also for the playable character. Satiation, you could call it, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but hunger as well. When I wrote all of these, I wanted them to go from so 1 being good, 0 being bad. So 1 meaning that the creature is not hungry, 0 meaning that it is hungry. One sec. So yes, and then we have other types of attributes like age and size and weight. Size might as well be length, maybe. Color. Then we have attributes like these: strength, speed, endurance, agility. And then we have attributes like these, which are mostly for consumables, so like food items and stuff like that. So yeah, there's gonna exist a lot of attributes. Attributes will be able to affect other attributes and so on. So for instance, if energy is low, strength, speed, endurance, agility might be lowered, and so on. The bottom line is that I don't have anything set in stone yet, which means that my implementation will have to be easy to alter. And that's why I've decided let's go here and just create a C# script. And let's call it attribute definition. So my initial idea was to do something like this and define my attributes like this. So but in my experience, this doesn't really allow for it's not easily extendable or changeable or alterable. So if I want to add or remove some attributes later on, this might give, or this implementation might result in some issues or some problems. So instead, what I've been thinking about doing is having attribute definition as a scriptable object, so like this. Good morning, Paul Mattern. Attribute interface. Yeah, that's another solution I've looked into. What's up, Nico? Appreciate it, appreciate it. But I've been thinking about implementing this as a scriptable object. So attribute definition. So here you could have yeah, name, but I think that's, so let's go with title. You could also have unit as well. And let's see if we do let's call it attribute definition. So we could have attributes like this, or define attributes like this. So let's start with, let's see. Let's start with hydration, why not? Is the idea that a creature can have X amount of attributes? Well, yes, some creatures will have more attributes and some less. For instance, there will exist creatures that can't move, so they won't have a speed. I pretty much know. Yeah, so this is all like loosely defined right now. I'm gonna let this evolve, and hopefully this way of implementing attributes will make it easy to evolve this system. But, so for instance, if we take creatures once again, one creature might have all of these. Or we could also go, so like both creatures and the playable character will have these attributes. Maybe not this one for the character, but So satiation, hydration, happiness, energy, and restedness. Maybe not happy. These two and energy, restedness as well, will be attributes that both the character and some creatures have. I'm just trying to implement a generic system as well, so that it's easy to pick and choose between the attributes. I will see where this evolves into. I might very well just fall back onto some simpler system in the future, but we will see. So by doing this, I can create new attributes types like this. Hydrations, we have title, that would probably just be the name. Unit, I have no idea. Liters per M3. So this class is going to be the definition of an attribute, and then we're going to have a class attribute, which is going to be the actual instance of an attribute. And I don't think we need this to be mono behavior. Attribute definition. I wonder if I might as well rename this to attribute type, I think. Okay. And let's see here. So this one, the actual instance of the attribute, should have a value as well. Let's do it like actually, I think I would like this to be gettable as well, so public get on this one, but I also want to be able to change it from the editor, so then we're gonna have to do... What's up, Scar? Field, serialize field, that's what I'm looking for. So let's go. Okay, something like this. And okay, let's take one of these attributes and focus on implementing that one, and then we will see what differs between that one and the other ones. So let's go with energy. That's easy. I'm not gonna have anything like life in this game, so the character won't be able to die. We'll be able to pass out though. But that's for the character. I haven't decided yet if the creatures will have life or not. It might be a redundant attribute. I'm not sure yet, but okay, let's see if we can implement energy. That one is should be pretty easy. We have min, max, and yeah. So let's see, create attribute, attribute type, energy. Title, I'm not a big fan of that name as well. Energy unit. Yeah, yep, let's go with that one. That's good. I'm just wondering, so the unit here, that one is a field we're probably gonna use to put text on the screen, pretty much. So if the player hovers over an apple, for instance, we get information about that apple, we get the attributes of that apple, and that's when we probably will use these units. Or for instance, the idea is that the playable character has a smart watch or something that measures the vitals, and so that's hydration, satiation, and energy. And when the player presses the button to take a look on his or her vitals, that's when this will, so that's when energy will show up, and probably with a unit after. So yeah, calories might work. Calories is actually, let's take a look. Calories. What is it? The energy it takes to heat up something. Isn't it? That's a lot of different. Scarsan, by the way, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Usually used as energy stored in food. Yeah. So that's the thing. Already we're coming up to this. So like when the player plays this character and wants to check how much energy the character has left, what is a good unit to use in that case? Like, what is this, joule, or however it is pronounced, or calories? I don't know. But yeah, we still need the unit here, I think. And then we want a min and a max as well. So here I've been thinking a little bit. For instance, this is hard. I might have to draw here. Let's see. Let me think. Okay, what I think I would like to have is some local min-max and global min-max. Let me explain. I think I want this attribute definition, so attribute type, to have a defined minimum value and a defined maximum value. But then I also think I want this one to have a defined min and max value. And let's see if I can make my case for this. So let me just open up this one and see if I can draw some simple stuff. Okay, so energy, that's pretty simple. I would like my character to have energy between 0 and 100, we can say. Whatever this is doesn't matter that much. We can even go with 1. And when he or she wakes up and is fully rested, the energy will be like this one will be fully filled, and then during activities this one will go down. That's easy. But if we take an attribute like strength for instance, for one of my creatures, I would actually, so when a creature spawns or whatever, when a creature first approaches your garden and enters it, that creature will get generated attributes given some predefined rule set. But for instance, a creature might, so the strength for a creature will be generated between some values. So let's say that a creature gets a strength value of 8. But previously I also mentioned that, for instance, energy and restedness, might even merge these, but anyway, so like I mentioned that some of these stuff might affect the actual values of these attributes. And what I mean by that is if the creature has low energy or isn't happy, then the strength attribute will be smaller. And the idea behind that is that you want to keep your creatures happy, because that's when they are at their best. So if we take this creature that has an attribute of 8 or strength of 8, that's when the creature is not sad and not too happy. So if energy goes down, this value will also go down, and but it will only go down like a specified amount. So the minimum amount of strength that creature might have is 7 and the maximum 8, and that's what I mean by local min-max for the attributes. So that would be something I would define in here, but when I generate my attributes, I don't want, I want to be able to define what the minimum and maximum of an attribute should be globally as well. So a creature will never have more than 10 in strength, for instance, and a creature will never have less than 0 in strength. And this limit, this min-max, will be defined in attribute type. Or that's my idea now. So for instance, when it comes to energy, the min and max defined in attribute and attribute type will probably be the same. I think. And once again, do I want to store my min-max as a vector 2? Or, let's go. Good morning, Jokoho, and Happy New Year. Nah, it's the real deal, I promise you. How are you doing? Value min-max, good. I think I want it here as well. But then again, yeah, let's go with float. Nice to hear. Any news on the job front, by the way, Jokoho? Public float min and public float max. Oh well. Hopefully you won't have to search for too long. I would not call something attribute. Not even if I introduce a namespace. I mean, attribute is probably the best word I can think about for this one. I wonder, like, add something to the end. Okay, so attribute type is okay. Attribute without anything at the end is not okay. Okay. Okay, interesting. Okay, is that so? Okay, I'm just gonna take you. So serialized field is a class that inherits from attribute, for example. Do you have some documentation link or something? Because if that's the case, I might want to add something here. That's for sure. But what? Let's take a look. Okay. Yeah, this is good enough. Okay, I definitely want to rename it. That's true. Why are always the best names taken by the language definitions? Let's see. What would be something nice to add at the end here? Yeah, okay, so this is... So this is a little bit too behind the scenes for me. But I appreciate it. I definitely don't want any, like... what is it called? I don't want any name conflicts. So attribute type is good. Attribute could also just add something to the front on both of these, but creature stat. A creature is a little bit too specific. This is going to be used by all other things, but I like stat. The thing is, yeah, I can imagine. Might want to dive into it at some point. So you could have a stat type and stat instead, but I I love the name attribute though. For what is this attribute? So this attribute class is going to be, it's going to represent all of the different attributes I will have in my game. So everything from energy to what a consumable tastes like. These are just some of all the possible attributes. So both the main characters, items, creatures will have attributes. So that is what this attribute is for. Trait. Attribute is way nicer, isn't it? Like trait, does it work that good with energy, for instance? Something that is dynamic, ever-changing. I can see trait working good for like salt, sweet, sour, and so on. Or color. I mean, if I wouldn't have anything against a long name, I would probably go and name this attribute instance, I think. And then I also want to create a attribute handler. So a attribute handler, on the other hand, this one would be mono behavior. Yeah, I need to rename this one as well. But yeah, like attribute instance. Sure, that's okay, but it's gonna look like this name is good, I think. But I'm a little bit afraid that when we start doing calculations with this and sorting lists and so on, that attribute instance might be a bit too long. So for instance, attribute handler, mono behavior, this will be the component on my character, for instance, that keeps track of all the attributes the character has, and it's also attribute handler's job to update those accordingly, I think. But in here we would have let's see, I'm gonna do serialize field. Attributes. This should be okay, right? I'm just gonna double check one thing real quick. Okay. So let's do shouldn't I be able to do this? Oh, yeah. Shit, I'm tired. It's a new year and all. Let's see. So if it's null, hopefully it shouldn't be null. And I think that's all I want to do here. But then, of course, I also want a function for what's up, Emmett? Yes, it is. Hey, I haven't really woken up yet. Jokeho, what can I say? But let's see. I want a method for setting, or actually adding and removing attributes as well. I think. But also, now when I think about it, this yeah, I used to be that guy, but I think for 2024 I'm gonna start streaming at 9 my time, so 9 in the morning. That's not too late, right? Or too early. Now when I think about it, I think this attributes here is actually going to be a dictionary, which is gonna screw it up a little bit, because out of the box Unity doesn't support serializing of dictionaries. So I'm still gonna have to have some sort of array to show it in the editor, but let's do it like this then. Attribute instance attributes. Yes. And before I do this, let's do... Thank you, Emmett. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So, before I continue here and implementing or sorting my attributes in a dictionary, I actually need to make this one comparable. So the way I implemented these attributes, they are not comparable by default. Could do it just compare titles, but that's not very optimized. Let's see. And let's see how we do this in C#. C# comparable, whatever it's called. Comparable. Okay, so comparable. think it's this one. Let's see. Dictionary C#. T key. Yes. But in what way? I'm pretty sure it's this one, but yeah, let's try it. Because right now, if I do something like this, let's see. Private dictionary attribute type attribute instance. Now let's rename this one to so here we do, might as well instantiate this one here. Might have to check if start attribute is, no, it should be okay. So for each and here I want a method public. Let's go bool. Contains key. So if we try to add an attribute that this attribute handler is already handling, we just return false. Don't do anything else. Otherwise, actually, does this one? It's a void. Okay. I'm a little bit perplexed that this works without me. Oh, let's see here. Try add. Thank you for that input. But let's jump to try add. So this is pretty much exactly what I want. If the key value pair was added to the dictionary successfully, otherwise false. Ah, beautiful. Thank you. So instead of all this, let's just do return attribute dot try add attribute, right? Oh, actually, attribute dot type. But so, do you know, Jokoho, what does this one, if we try and compare attribute types, so this, what is it actually comparing? Scriptable object, does this implement iComparable by default? That would probably use pointers for comparisons. That's, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I don't want this. I'm probably gonna have to. So what I was leaning against, so implementing the iComparable interface and then implementing my own why is type not an enum? I thought about it first, but I'm gonna try to do it with so in the past when I've done similar systems but implementing them with an enum, it has, like, some things are gets a bit messy to do with enum, and for instance all the, let's see here, this other type of data I want tied with my attribute. So for instance, what unit it is, min and max values, we're gonna have a lot of different things here. And the way I've solved it previously, if this would have been implemented as an enum, would be with extend methods, but it just gets like a lot of switch cases and a mess. And also making changes to the system at a later point might mess it up. Hopefully that answers your question, but yeah. I briefly mentioned it at the start of the stream that, yeah. I would probably have one enum and one class that defines the information. Yeah, maybe. I'm listening. Yeah, I've thought about all of these things as well. And I might very well end up going the Enum route. But it's okay, it's okay. So like, of all your points, the one with Enum. So from all your points, referencing energy somewhere in the code, that's the one that weighs the most. Like, but I'm thinking, is that something I would want to do? Like, do I really need to do it? Or actually, yes, I'm... Okay, I'm gonna start to pronounce it like Enum from now on, okay? That's the first step I'm willing to take. But let's see. Yeah, like referencing it from code. No, it's okay, it's okay. What's up, Fizzify Twitch? Like the Enum solution. Enum, sorry. Might be the better one. But also, let's see. So if I would go and do attribute type, let's rename it something other. So this one is going to have a lot of different attributes. We're talking up to, I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna go up to easily around 50 attributes, I think. 1,000 entries in one enum. Yeah, isn't that just too messy? Wouldn't a solution with Scriptable might not be as optimized, but like more easy to structure? So for instance, I'm gonna have attributes like energy and whatever sweet are two widely different attributes. So one is descriptive of taste, I suppose, and the other one is energy. Like, I would like to structure these, like having them like these in different folders and stuff like that, but yeah, we used it for localization and also for items and vehicles. You could in theory let the enum be generated. Intrigued? Tell me more. The enum is just used to quick referencing it in code and also in the editor, yes. Yeah, okay, because as I see it right now, referencing these attributes, if defined this way from code, is the biggest problem, right? So when you're talking about in the editor, let's take a look here. Let's minimize all of these and add attribute handler. What's up, Wolfie XE? How's it going, man? It's going. Thanks for asking. Let's see here. So attribute instance, we want to serializable. Actually, let's do the cell shading. I think I've got a video, or I think I have a video on it, how I implemented the cell shading. I have references as well. Okay, let's see. Start attributes. So the problem would be this. So instead of having just a drop down here with all of the different attribute types, I have to drag and drop from the folders. Or just click here, I suppose. So this for me is like, this works just as good as a drop-down menu, I think, in my case. Yeah, like I'm thinking about, so if like that drop down menu is gonna be shit to navigate with up to 100 different attributes. So will this, that's for sure. It's okay, it's okay. Like every input is good input in some way, I suppose. But referencing it from code, that's the biggest problem. I think. Yeah, because Enum is also cleaner than Enum, sorry. Instead of utilizing strings for it. Let me just be right back real quick. Or AFK. Okay, back. Sorry about that. So let's see. Enum versus scriptable object for attributes. Referencing it in code for scriptable object could be done with string references, I guess, but yeah, that might not be the best. Yes, I'm back. Pro scriptable object, being able to create attributes like this on the fly, structuring them in a folder hierarchy, having specific attribute data tied to this scriptable object is so good that I don't want to pass it off. I want to utilize it. What's up, Detonator, I guess? How are you doing? And having the attributes as scriptable objects like this early in the development makes it easier to alter, add new attributes, remove attributes, and so on. At least I think so, in my experience. You could still have them as scriptable objects, but utilizing the scriptable objects together with enums or enums, sorry, that's gonna take some time. Yeah. Detonator, what asset/thing are you talking about? I'm talking about these attributes here. I'm implementing, or this week, this month maybe, I'm gonna try and implement a pretty detailed attribute system in this game. Let's see here now. Use enums as referencing them and the SO to store the information in. So that would be something like so you could do, let's see. Attribute type, let's call this then attribute type enum for now. And then we go energy, and what more had I added so far? Hydration is equal to 2. Then we can have let's see here, polymattern enum with enums with flags attribute is always an interesting approach to store multiple enum values. Yeah, so the flags attribute makes it so that multiple can be selected in the Unity editor, right? I would go about using enums, since that it would be easier with dictionaries and passing them efficiently in messages and events. Passing them efficiently in messages and events. Wouldn't it be roughly the same? Enum compared to reference, I suppose. Like, depending on how I implement the, if we would do comparable here, or whatever it was called, how I implement the compare method could make it as quick as enums, right? Okay, usually, so that's references compared to enums, or some speed bust with int compared to okay. Yeah, enum probably is the way to go. Yeah, it's this constant integer value. Yeah, but I mean, couldn't I do, when you calculate the hash, are you talking about comparables here? Because I could have, couldn't I have public int uid, and then I implement the compare method using this one, and then it's just comparing two integers again, right? Well, a dictionary uses the, okay, so we then we implement get hash code. So we implement this method, or override this method. Then it should be similar performance for the scriptable object and the enum hash. Let's see here. Yeah, that should be true, Joko. So my scriptable objects will be passed by reference, while I'm also pretty sure that enum is passed by value. So that might be the difference. Okay, let's say that we go with an enum based approach. So could pretty much do, so I could change this one to attribute type information or whatever. But okay, so let's see. Let's say that we go with the attributes as enums. Then I want all of this information together with my enums. Could be done by method extensions, but let's say that I would appreciate it if I could keep my attributes like this. So then you're gonna need a static dictionary, right? With all the attribute types paired with their scriptable object, so that the information is easy to get. Yeah, I need something global, yeah. Or you could use resources for that. Yeah, Paul, we're probably gonna do some changes here, so I'm just thinking about this. So the idea now is to define attributes by enums, and this one will just hold information. Okay, so one way to do it is to have a global array where we pair attribute type enums and attribute type informations. Actually, if we do it like this, where we pair these. But DevSpios, thank you so much for the raid, appreciate it. Hope your stream went well. Alright, have a nice day, and thank you once again for the raid. Okay, so let's see here. So do I also want, this might be a bit redundant, I think, if we have public attribute type here as well. Won't it? I think it will. And then you would have something like public static class. We would have to have a singleton, I think. Attribute. You could use that for automatically building the data. Let's see, resources you mean. So I could use resources to automatically build the data. Is that what you're trying to tell me, Jokoho? Just a static class, and then I build it with. Oh, okay. Now I see where you're what you're trying to tell me. Now I understand, I think. Okay, so let's see. Attribute type information. If you need a global place to store them, you can use another SO that could be in resources if needed to be loaded onto run, or use DI pattern for them. Yes. Yes. Sources load all. Yeah. Let's see here. I need to ponder this for a second. Yeah, let's see. Dependency injection. There's really no problem, Oscar. It's more about I'm just weighing different approaches to implementing attributes. So my initial idea was to implement attributes purely by utilizing scriptable objects, but getting some pros and cons of it made me lean towards a Enum solution more. But it still gets messy. So if I want to get attribute information based on the Enum, classic indeed. Because the biggest problem with the scriptable object solution is also how to easily reference it in code. And probably that it's a little bit less optimized than going the Enum route, because we're gonna have to work with references instead of just values. This is what smarter people than me have said in chat, so that's what I'm going on at the moment. Yeah. And this is also good point, Detonator. Okay, let's see here now. I'm pretty early. I'm still in an experimental phase when it comes to this part of the game. So I want to be able to change and add and remove attributes on the fly. I'm thinking of just pretty much just going with the scriptable object solution for now, keeping the Enum solution in mind so I can hopefully easily switch to it. This maybe doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but that's what I'm thinking now. Yeah, I want to be able to experiment now during development. It's hard. Okay, let's do this. I just want to see if it would actually become a big problem for me that I can't reference these specific attributes in code. Yeah, probably gonna have to, or I'm probably gonna regret this, but let's see. Attribute manager holding scriptable object attributes loaded into dictionary from resources with enum key or loaded from injected so with dictionary. So that would be something like the resources folder is deprecated. But I mean, someone could do something like this. Let's see here. Okay, we got some errors, but I don't care about that now. Attribute, let's call it manager then. That's a good name. So someone could do attribute manager serialize field private no, not that one, this one. So private attribute type information, something like this. Attributes. Oh, could call it all attributes. Void awake. Also want to do right, else, something like this. And then we want to do attribute type. Oh yeah. Yeah, let's just call this attributes. So something like this. Then in awake we just instantiate this one using this one, and then this one will be a global singleton, so we can always get attribute type information based on attribute type. So something like this. Woolly Dev, thank you so much for the follow. Let's see here now. The resources folder is deprecated, by the way. Addressables. Addressables. What version are we talking about here? Addressables Unity. Okay. Okay, yeah, might have to look into that in the future. So if we have something like this, that would mean, okay, what errors do we have? Oh. Or no, what am I doing? Let's see. This should be okay, right? Okay, that's some Unity problem, but let's see, create empty. Actually, do I have singletons? Yeah, let's add component attribute manager. Like that, and then I should be able to just add all my attributes here, right? So we do something like I have no idea what these errors are being generated for. Attribute type, is that also something that is... Are we having a naming conflict here? Maybe. But then if we look at the attributes... Attribute, can I do attribute type enum? I don't know, but okay, let's see. Attribute type to not be scriptable object. Oh, okay. I get you. Could be. I thought... I was hoping they would... Yeah, probably. Let's see. Let's go with enum for now here. And here as well. Yeah, I probably need to recreate them. I think you're onto something. So let's do like this. Actually, while recreating them, let's see, attribute. Let's go with it like this. Attribute type information. So energy. Okay, do I need to have it in its own file as well? Attribute type information. Okay, enum, attribute type information. Then we have manager, instance, and handler. Tassido, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. So this one should be old, right? Okay, energy, type, energy then. So I pretty much, utilizing this solution, I pretty much define it twice, right? I create a scriptable object instance or whatever you want to call it, name it energy. Then I also specify the type here using the Enum. Title, and then in the singletons, so attribute manager, here we're gonna have a list of all attributes like this. Or attribute type information. Containing file and class name must. I thought it did. Attribute type information. What have I done? Okay. Okay, but so this is basically the idea, right? That you have something like this. This is one way to go about it. So pretty much the only purpose of the attribute manager in this case is to pair a enum to a attribute type information, right? So now this information is easily accessible through script, and the attributes are also easily defined by script, as opposed to doing a scriptable object only solution. So now to the big question. Do I need this? Okay, we also want to do for each attribute type information. So something like this. During runtime, we should be able to get the information easily now. No. I'm just trying things out, Jokoho. I'm just trying things out. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm going with both solutions side by side. And I'm also like having this singleton in this scene, like having this class attribute manager, the sole purpose of this one is just to couple two different types. It feels dirty. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm probably it varies. Like 1 second I'm leaning towards the Enum solution, another second I'm leaning towards the ScriptableObject solution. With objects, new should be enough to initialize objects like dictionaries if you value readability. Okay, you learn something new every day, and today I've learned a lot. Let's see here, new in C#. So that's like the shorthand way to a new constraint. So I should be able to do new. Yeah, it seems to be the case, Oscar. But okay, I'm not gonna commit to one or the other solution just yet. I think I'm actually gonna implement them side by side. I think it's doable. Attribute type information. Not a very big fan of the name so far, but let's go with this. Okay, if we step back to the attribute handler, so the component on an object that will handle the attributes. Right now the dictionary is using attribute Enum as the key and attribute instance as the object. Actually, this is interesting. Let's do this. Let's rename this one. Attribute handler. Attribute handler using. Actually, no. Attributes by Enum, and we can do the new one, the shorthand way of writing this one here then. Nice. So private dictionary attribute Enum attribute instance, and let's also do private attribute type information. something like this. Attributes. Okay, so we have changed this one to, so let's just go, I can't do enum, that's saved, right? But let's do this here with scriptable objects. I'm usually going with what it is and SO. So you could have attribute SO. Yeah, that's probably a good name. So then we would have attribute enum and attribute SO. Yeah, fuck it, let's do it. But then we have type. Yeah, let's do it. Oops. Yeah. So either SO or fully writing out scriptable object. I mean, I'm one of those people that would probably write it out, but I don't like when things get too long as well. So let's see, attributes type information, that's a bad name anyway. So let's see if we can rename this one and see if all references get. I just write data. Yeah, a lot of different ways to do this or name it. Okay, so this is the way I'm thinking about this. So I'm thinking about going see if, so these two systems doesn't differ that much. So I wonder if I can just implement them side by side and figure out in the process which one I would prefer. It's okay. Yep, it's pretty complicated, but I mean, attribute in this game, attributes is gonna be, it's gonna be a complicated thing that controls and affects a lot of different things. Let's see here, detonator, you can rename in, obviously with F2 refactor command, it should rename both file and name and references. Okay, I was a little bit afraid that the references wouldn't work if I renamed it in VS Code, but let's see here. So attribute no, attribute, actually let's go with scriptable object, I think. It's pretty much as long as attribute type information, but yeah. So once again, we can also do a folder and attribute definitions, maybe. So we take the enum and the scriptable object and put in here. So attribute enum and attribute scriptable object, that's just two different ways to define these attributes basically. So in the end I will hopefully just go with one of these and not both. Right now this one also has an attribute enum within it, but hopefully I can implement the scriptable object approach without utilizing this one. If I do utilize it, then the scriptable object approach is null. Like, it's not worth anything, because the goal is to use it without utilizing enums. And then of course we have the attribute manager. And once again, this one is just here to connect an enum value to a data, basically. So my enum value, I want my okay, this didn't work anyway. That sucks. I need to change the class as well, but anyway. So attribute manager, this one is only here to hold this array that, given an enum value, returns a set of data, basically. Yeah, let's continue. Attribute scriptable object. And let's see if this compiles correctly. Yeah, of course. Okay, good. So then we have, in attribute handler, we have attributes by enum, attributes by scriptable object. Why use scriptable objects? Because if I use scriptable objects, I can neatly structure all my different attributes in my data folder here. And I don't need an attribute manager, because the attribute type is coupled with the data already. That's basically the two biggest pros for this approach. You'd be better off storing that data in a file. Would I be better off storing it in a file? Aren't scriptable objects basically files? Yeah, I mean, it's a complicated problem that I make more complicated, basically. Over engineering, best engineering. Damn right it is. Yeah, I would like to avoid creating a new enum for each attribute. And what you mean is scriptable objects are mostly useful to create many instances of the same set of data. I'm not sure I'm following there. Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. Let's see here. But I mean, a lot of objects during runtime, a lot of instances of attributes are going to reference the scriptable object attributes, because we will always need to... Okay, let's assume that we have 5 entities in the scene that all have an energy attribute. So in the scene then we will have 5 attribute instances, 1 per object, and they will all reference one and the same attribute scriptable object. And this one just basically like defines the attribute. So then if we want to plot how much value they have and we want the unit for it, we get that unit from this scriptable object. That's the idea. If we go with the Enum solution to get the unit for this value, we are going to have to take this attribute Enum, and we are going to have to utilize, or pretty much fetch the attribute scriptable object from this list using the attribute Enum, and then we can get the unit for that attribute. And to even be able to do that, we're going to have an attribute manager in the scene which holds all the different attribute scriptable objects. So I just feel like going purely scriptable objects just in this example might be a bit cleaner and simpler, but who knows. No. Nothing will change the scriptable object. The scriptable object is one instance, yes. Nothing will change it. Never change scriptable object during runtime. Those will be static. They will just hold data that the attribute instance will utilize. Yes, I'm never gonna change the scriptable object data. That one is never gonna change. We are just using it to get information. Jokoho, if you just use a static class, you don't need any scene reference. If you just, so you mean in the attribute manager class, I just do this as a static class instead, so that would be something like public class attribute was okay, Dumbing John. So detonator on YouTube. Right. Let me see. Having it with manager and enums sounds over-engineered, but later should give more flexibility and less problems with references, as these are set once. Okay. That might very well be the case. And Jokoho, if you just use a static class, you don't need any scene references. So I guess you're talking about attribute manager, right? So that would be public static class attribute manager static. Yes, in a minute, Calvino. Let's see here. Oops, don't want these. So public static class attribute managers. Yeah, so this is, so yeah, I could skip the singleton in the scene if I use addressable or resources here. Yeah, that's true. That's one way to go about it. Okay, Calvino, let's just go through it real quick. So what I'm in the process of doing, or what I started doing today, is implementing the attribute system for my game. And this one is gonna be, it's gonna be complicated because I want it to be generic and extendable and a lot of other different stuff. So these are just some of the many attributes that will exist in this game. So you have states of characters and creatures, like how hungry they are, how thirsty they are, how happy they are. You have other type of attributes like how old they are, how big they are, what color they are. You have the classical attributes you see, so like endurance and agility. Then you have attributes like how something tastes. And I want to implement one big attribute system that can facilitate all of these different attributes using the same class, basically. So both, even though age and energy will be handled quite differently, they will still be defined and handled by the same class. I hope that makes some sense. So more specifically, the problem we're having, or the split we're having, is if the attributes should be defined by Enum or by scriptable objects. Pros and cons to both of them, I suppose, or I would like to think. Yeah. But yeah, so like both of these things, having an attribute manager static that loads with resources or addressables, kind of nice. Don't need to set up a singleton in the scene and so on. But still, that's a class with one simple purpose of just coupling two sets of data, which this is also. Yeah, but I mean, I like exploring different approaches, Yokoho. So, and I like getting input and discussing, but I haven't made that much progress today so far, but I'm okay with that. I mean, it's the first working day of this year, so. Do you need to store additional data for an attribute right now? What exactly do you mean by additional data? The idea is Yeah, so this one defines in the scriptable object approach, this one defines an attribute. This one won't be here in a purely scriptable object approach. And so this is defined during development, and these will never change during runtime. Instead, we will have attribute instances, or attribute handler will have a lot of attribute instances which actually represents a dynamic attribute that changes during runtime. Let's just move slowly forward with both of these approaches and see where we end up. So attribute manager still need to have this one here for now. Attribute handler we both have by Enum and by ScriptableObject. And let's start with add attribute. So let's just do attributes by ScriptableObject, attribute type and attribute, and let's do actually attribute type as Enum, type as ScriptableObject. Let's keep it like this for now. Dennis Hallian, sorry if I mispronounced that. Thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. Dubbing Jan as well, thank you. Okay, so now I'm just doing it both ways. Here, add attribute, we add it to both of them. I don't really see a scenario where one fails and the other one succeeds, so we just do it like this for now. Gumuserve, I97, thank you as well. Okay, so in awake, I want to loop through start attributes and add them. So add attribute. I think it's like this. So this should fill up both of these. Right. Okay. And right now, let's see here. Attribute instance, yes, yes. So if we take the character now, 01 prefab, and we can do attribute handlers, start attributes. So here are the two different ways of defining this one. So if we go the Enum way, we just have this simple drop down. So we choose energy. But if we have the scriptable object approach, then we either have to click here and find energy, or we can drag and drop. But let's see here. Ooh, one more thing before we continue with both of these different approaches. I need to fix this one a tiny bit. We need to make this one, or we need to extend this so that the dictionary check is a little bit quicker. And so dictionary T key. Requires an equality implementation to determine whether keys are equal. You can specify an implementation of the I don't think I need this compare, right? It's something. In this case, you're holding scriptable object keys as references, most likely, yeah. When we do the comparison, we don't want to do it by reference. We want to do it by a custom-made comparison. So get hash code. You should also override the base class implementation. Okay, so this is what I want to override. I want to implement equals and I want to implement get hash code. So oops. So shouldn't it be something like this? I can't remember. Or do we need to do? Do I really need system for this? Yes, okay. So then I want to implement equals and get hash code, right? Let's do this. So equals and get hash code. Let's copy this implementation and this one. Okay, let's see, because here's another problem. So what will we use as the hash for the could just use a unique identifier here, but I don't know. Do we want to do this? I think we do. What's with the formation here? Yeah, I want to cast it as well. Something like this. Although, Okay, so how do I actually want to compare these two? So you could compare them by string, but that's unoptimized. You could go with unique ID. And that's probably something I'm gonna have to do. The question is, should I pick it myself or just do it like a one-time generation? Before I continue, however, I'm gonna take a short break and just get something to eat. Probably around 5 minutes tops. So be right back. Okay, back. So let's see. The easiest way to do this would be public int yes, Paul Martin, hopefully it will, but somewhere far in the future. Unique ID, let's call it that for now. And this is the one we are comparing. So, yeah. This one we don't care about. So two attribute scriptable objects are equal if unique ID, if the unique IDs are the same. What's up, succulent male? And get hash code then would simply be unique ID. And that's what we are going to set and get stuff from the dictionary with. Although I'm trying not to. Although I would prefer if this, okay, something like this. If this unique ID could be generated once, not during runtime, but during editing, so right now, based on the title of the attribute scriptable object. So let's say that I create a new attribute like this, a new scriptable object. On creation, this one will generate a unique ID. What are we not? Oops. On validate, baby. We'll try it. I just need to figure out, is it do we need to be more specific here? Like, should this be oh, it's been a while since I did any web development stuff. I've basically been stuck in Unity for the past years. Yeah, the function parameter. Thank you so much, Paul. I had an like. So we don't even need to do this then, right? So we're talking about this or this. Let's see here. Yeah, I just don't have any general tips. Succulent male. In some ways, I'm just a rookie developer as well. Let's see here. Let's see, what do we get? Equals. Okay, do we need to have one of these as well? Or am I high? Is this enough? So I could probably just do... maybe override was this. Yeah, maybe it was, but... yeah, there we go. Thank you so much, everybody. But I'm a little bit... yeah, I am trying to override. That's what... but it's an interface, so I shouldn't have to override, right? It should be as easy as implementing it. Or am I? Yeah, exactly. So then the result... but then what? Okay, I'm a little bit perplexed by this. Now, so this equals should be from this one, and so should this one. And since this one is a interface, I wouldn't think that we need to override, but we have objects. Okay, so this one needs to override. Nobody has equals, or none of... so ScriptableObject nor... okay, so ScriptableObject doesn't have equals. That's why we don't need to override it, I guess. Okay, so something like this. And then let's see here. Then we have the nice Unity method on validate. Oops. Editor only function, beautiful, is loaded on a value change in the inspector. Okay, so as soon as we change something on our instances of the scriptable object, this method will be called. So we could do... let's take this one, move it down to here and set it as public int ID and then we want to do a actually set private void on validate, right? Okay. So it inherits equals from object. Okay, so, but we should leave it like this, right? Let's see, I want to check this out as well. Let's see, ScriptableObject, Unity. Oh, isn't this... Yeah. Okay. So on validate, here we want to generate the unique ID. I wonder if C# or Unity has a simple way generate hash from string. I'm getting a deja vu now. I think I did something very similar previously. Okay, let's see. New Q. Let's see here. Universally unique identifier. Yeah, and I also want to base it on the string title here. Would be nice. But maybe you can parse to string then, or not. Grid parse. Yeah, string into a value. Okay, so it's system. So I should do something like unique ID is equal to new. What was it? GUI dot parse, wasn't it? Or is it a static method? There we go. And then or title. Yeah, beautiful. And to hash or whatever was it? Get hash code. Get hash code. So something like that, right? But title here, but the title of your attribute cannot be parsed to. But shouldn't this work? So what I'm doing now is I parse this title. So we're basically generating a GUID based on the title, and then we just convert it to a hash code or a simple integer. This should work, right? Can we do? GUID has a specific format that your attributes don't follow. Ah. Okay, so parse is parsing a GUI ID in string format, is it? Yeah, I guess you could do GUID.new .get hash code. So this gives us a unique ID for our attribute, but the unique ID has nothing to do with the title in this case, I think. I would... Yeah, I think so as well. I definitely want it to be based on the name of my attribute, I think. But then again... Okay, hear me out. Maybe I do want to define this unique ID myself, because I might want to change the title of an attribute, but I want the unique ID to be left unchanged because I want it to work with old data in my game. Does that make any sense? Yeah, this is yeah, exactly. So it's in unvalidates, it's okay. So maybe I should have... Oh, you think this could lead to problems even though it's editor only? It may. It may. I'm gonna have to check that up. But the problem still stands. What do I want my unique ID to be based on? Do I want it to be... So, we have title and we have public string display name, I think. Or let's take a look. Custom property drawer. That's pretty good indeed. Ooh, that's extremely nice. Personally, I had problems with this approach in the past. Thank you for sharing, Domingjon. I'm sorry about the pronunciation. I will definitely keep that in mind. Definitely keep that in mind. Just Domin. Okay. But okay, so this solution. So when we create, I think this is the way to go. To be honest, this is definitely the way to go. Jesus, this is good. So this is extremely nice. Unless, thank you for the link, Dennis. So when we create the attribute, this unique ID gets generated and never again. That's beautiful, because then I can I mean, let's see. But okay, so I'm gonna need two scriptable objects here. But base scriptable object. Yeah, maybe. Let's do. That's attribute that's attached to SO. What exactly do you mean by that? What I'm thinking about doing is, so definitely create something like this, but probably gonna name it scriptable object with unique ID, because I'm gonna reuse this, I think, for some other stuff. And then we're gonna make the attribute scriptable object inherit from scriptable object with unique ID instead of just scriptable object. So let's see here. So scripts, character create. It doesn't handle duplicating SO with Control D, for instance. Yes. It should be okay, it should be okay. Thanks for the heads up. Let's see here, just one, where would I put it? Let's put it in the extensions for now, I think. So scriptable object with unique ID. Okay, let's see here. If Unity editor, scriptable object. Let's just call it ID, to be honest. Then I wonder, should I make this one extend this one? Might as well, right? Definitely. Nice. Yes. Oops. And we want let's see here, base scriptable object. I wonder if I should just go with smaller. Okay, this is pretty nice actually. Ooh, string. String? Let's see here, we want to calculate it not to string, we want to do property, we want to change this to int, right? And we want to do dot int value and get hash code. So we want to do it like this, right? And int value. I thought. Ah, string. Oh yeah, that's true. Thank you. But also, let's see here. Okay, let's see here. This one I want. Here we want to change this one. Scriptable object ID attribute. This we can keep. My question is, this one right here. So here we check if property. So this one. If it's null or empty, but we're working with int values now, so it's always gonna have a value. I don't think we need that check. Let's see here, base scriptable yeah. This is the one I need to change as well. So to script. Yeah, one sec. With unique ID. Yeah, the thing is, okay, every time it draws, so it just sets it one. But how? So I guess we could check if we could do something like, but what would that be? That would be something like property, property dot int value if it's equal to 0, because that's the default value of integers, right? Yeah. Yeah, that was my initial idea, that okay, if we check if it's 0, what if we catch it in that one case where the ID actually is 0? But that's probably not gonna happen. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so something like this then. And we've changed the name here. So scriptable object with unique ID. And then we go to attribute scriptable object. One sec. Public int ID. Can I make it? Oh, it's actually locked. Okay, good. By this, I suppose. So let's go here and do attribute scriptable object, scriptable object with unique ID, and we remove this one. I'm wondering if I should just display name. And then we should have an IDH actually generated as well. Okay, this is very nice. So then I just create attribute type information. We get a new ID. Okay, this is beautiful. Let's go. And then we have these for now, but okay, nice, very nice. I mean, this class, super. And here we also have this, which means that things like this will hopefully work. Good. Okay. Let's just add a remove attribute as well. But remove attribute. Here we don't want to send in attribute instance. I don't think, or actually, we might want to create functions for both attribute instance. Okay, we're gonna do it for attribute instance first. Let's see. Removes the value with the specific. Okay, cool. I didn't know this one existed. Let's see. If it's successfully found and removed, otherwise false, this method returns false if key is not found. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. So just you think try remove is better? Try remove dictionary. Concurrent dictionary. Okay, but let's see. True if the object was removed successfully, otherwise false. Remove. True if the element... I just wonder what the... But this one, if it doesn't find it, it just returns false. It only throws an exception if the key is null, I guess. Or am I reading this wrong? Remarks. If the dictionary... If the dictionary does not contain an element with the specified key, the dictionary remains unchanged. No exception is thrown. So this one is only invoked. Yeah, but what I'm wondering is, yeah, it's the same as triad, right? But it's remove. But if we take a look at this one, remove T key. This one doesn't throw an exception either. It only does so if the key is does not contain. If the dictionary does not contain an element with the specified key, the dictionary remains unchanged. No exception is thrown. So this is if someone would call it like remove null. Then I suppose an exception would be thrown, right? And if this is the case, then there's really no difference between these two, right? I actually don't have try remove. .NET 4. Let's see, .NET 3.1 or it's the same. Let's do 3.1. It seems to be the same. Okay. But so I think this one should work. Let's see here. Type as Enum, and then I also want to do okay, so something like this shouldn't get an exception from this one. Okay. And then we also have the question of yeah, probably want to implement 2 other functions as well. Frafa, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. Public bool, remove attribute, but we want to be able to remove it by, let's start by attribute scriptable object. Yeah. But then again, so here I just want to do it by attributes, by scriptable object, remove. Like that, and thanks to this one, the ID should hopefully be used for the comparisons here. And then I want a public bool remove attribute enum. But let's see. Here we're starting and getting a. Here we are starting to get a difference between the 2 ones if these were to be called. Can I fix this? Oh yeah, I can. We can do it like this. So for attribute enum, you can theoretically use attribute object.id instead of reference. Oh, you mean using this one as the key instead? Yeah. Actually, let's see here. But let's see here. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it as a note for now. But let's see. So since I'm for some dumb reason is implementing both of these solutions side by side, I still want them to. I want their respective dictionaries to contain the same objects. So we're gonna change this one to return attributes by enum and attributes by scriptable object dot remove and here I want an one sec. So here I want a attribute scriptable object, so then we're going to use the attribute manager for the first time. Wasn't it called manager? Oh yeah. Dot manager. Of course. Dot so actually attributes is a dictionary here. I might want to do, let's do it like this. Let's keep this one private. Add, and I want a method called, actually I like to be explicit as well, so we're gonna put private in front here. Public void get attribute scriptable object, and we want to get it by attribute enum. And if this dictionary doesn't contain it, we'll probably return null, I think. But if we return null, we're gonna get a problem here in remove. Then we're gonna get an exception. So the question is, this one also throws okay, that's unfortunate. You may make type nullable. What do you mean by that? Thank you. A nullable value type. I don't know if I'm misunderstanding something, but the issue is, so scriptable objects are already nullable, right? Or references. Or do you mean, actually this one we would need to return something here as well. With this, you should be able to specify key as nullable. Oh, you mean... let's see. So, nullable, if I understand this correctly, it's basically just making one of the, what should you call it, basic data types nullable. So you can have integers or doubles or characters that are null. I might be missing something, but I don't see how that would help me. The problem is that, so this method, we want to get a attribute scriptable object by feeding it an attribute enum. And if we send in an attribute enum that doesn't exist here, then we can't return anything here. We could return null, but then the problem is that we can't call this one like this, because if we call remove with null as a parameter, this will give us an exception. So it's more a problem of because what I would like to do is something like this. So if attributes dot contains key attribute enum, and we're gonna make it like this. If it doesn't, we return null. If it does, however, we return attributes dot. I actually could try get value, I think. No, not try. Or let's see. You can either return null or create an enum that is none or something like that. That's definitely possible. Would be could return or could define a attribute scriptable object, because the idea with this method is that we take an attribute enum and we return a scriptable object. So that we could define a null scriptable object, so to speak. Try get value. Okay, so we need an out here. Yeah. I think I would rather just do this. So we do attributes get get value or default. That's the one. Get value or default attribute enum. So then we don't need this. And the default for scriptable object or attribute scriptable object is null, right? So this means that this method can return null, and if we just leave it as like that, this one could throw an exception, which is not good. So instead we would need to do something like this. Let's see here, because I don't want to throw an exception, so we're gonna do Add if check for null or make key nullable and no exception should be thrown. I get the add if check for null. I don't get the key nullable. Because this is a problem in the dictionary remove definition. Panic Johnny, that's a beautiful idea, I think. And hello. So doing a double question mark and return still won't. Let's see here. Yeah. No. Okay, let's see if I can. We're probably gonna do something similar to that, Panic Johnny. But okay, so this is the problem. Dictionary.remove this method, if it gets called like this, if it gets called like this, let's see here, attributes by Enum, let's take that one. So this one is a dictionary. If we would do this, yeah. Oh, sorry. We need to do attribute by ScriptableObject. Okay, so if we would do this, so this is the problem. This would throw an exception, right? Exceptions, argument null exception. Key is null. So we can't do this. And that sucks because this method is implemented in such a way that it can return null, which means that this might throw an exception. So instead, could do nah, you definitely shouldn't have null as a key. That would be madness. But an exception. Yeah, I'm not complaining about the implementation of dictionary. I think it's the right choice. It's just that I need to add some additional lines. So instead, we need to do something like this. Let's see. Attribute by ScriptableObject. So no. And then nice to hear. So here I want to check if it's null. If it's null, we don't want to remove it. Okay, so something like this. Bool also removed. If also is equal to null, then we return false, because we couldn't remove it. Otherwise we return attributes by ScriptableObject dot remove also, and also removed here. Oops. Okay, like this. And this is just to properly sync these two approaches. So basically we get an attribute scriptable object based on an attribute enum, and then we try to remove it, but we first check if it's null, then we can't remove it because it's null. False, otherwise we remove it, and then we also remove it from this list. I think this should be it. We need to do something similar here, and here I think we can do like these methods right here. They are overcomplicated right now because I'm basically implementing two approaches at once for some damn reason. So I just want to sync these two. If okay, so if this one is equal to null, then we can't remove it, so we just return false earlier than here. Although could do an early exit here as well, I think. Yeah, I want these to be similar, so we might as well just do let's do it like this. If also is equal to null, return false, otherwise return this one and attribute by like that, and then we do something similar here. Nah, we're gonna skip try-catch blocks. Ain't got time for that, I don't think. And I also want a attribute by enum dot remove, and here I want to do attribute ScriptableObject dot type for some reason. Index. Okay, but where? Yes. Oh my god, this is what I want to do. Yeah. Okay, I'm starting to lose it. Just gonna take a quick break, get up, do some jumping jacks or whatever to get that blood flowing. So be right back, 1 minute. Okay, back, sorry. Oh, I didn't put up a be right back screen. Okay. Let's do one last rush. Okay, so once again, overcomplicated. Thank you, Cooler SK. Overcomplicated just to make sure that these two are the same. In the final solution, only one of these will exist, pretty much. Okay, so now in the attribute handler we have functions for adding attributes and removing attributes. Attribute instance, type, value, min, max. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna have to write some examples of the type of functionality I'm gonna want from my attributes. So let's jump over to the issue definition I have here, implement attributes. So it's very bare bones, but let's see here. Attribute. Okay, first of all, I need to make a difference between let's just rename these A for now, and these B. C. So one cool thing, I think, with this if I'm successful in implementing this generic attribute system is that I didn't even think about this from the start, but this will make, for instance, a creature be able to have a taste without any additional components or something like that, but rather only defining an additional attribute in the attribute handler, basically. But okay, so the difference between these attributes are, while these go between min and max, 0 and 1, for instance. Maybe not this one, however. Not too sure about this one, but these. And these 4 varies depending on these. Okay, this is a mess. These can vary depending on yeah. What other word than these can I use? It's a mess, but let's see here. Implementation details. Let's do some notes. So for instance, if we take salt, sweet, sour, umami, bitter and hot. C types. I'm just trying to define some different scenarios for my attributes that I know will happen. So for instance, if we take a fruit or some consumable in the game, that consumable will have these attributes. Maybe not hot, that one might be optional, but whatever. And these attributes will be based on the generated value on awake for that consumable, but they will also be based on the age. So for instance, a fresh fruit might be very, I don't know, sweet. But depending on the age, it might be more bitter, if that makes any sense. Yes, indeed it is. Simple is... Of course I would like it to be simple. A simple, nice, clean implementation. But... I'm ready to skip that if I can get it to be generic, if that makes any sense. So I want to move as far away as I can from the classical way of doing public class player health, public float, max health, private float, current health, and then we have, I want to move away from this. I want, like, then I guess you have something like public class player attack or whatever, public float damage, public float cool down. So instead of having something like this, I would want these classes to fetch something from attribute handler which has attributes of these. Maybe time to create a chart of some kind so we can visualize the attributes and how to apply them to different objects in the game world. Sounds like a great idea. I'm just... There's so many parameters and arguments. You can in theory create some object behavior that would have attribute changed and add events, delegate custom actions that could change attributes on object. Loose idea, of course. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I've been in the events/delegates and thought about that. Something like, let me check. I think I have some reference somewhere, which I saved a while back when I was starting to look into attributes. Let's see if I can get it, find it. Maybe this one. This is somewhat what I want, but I'm not too sure. Momik, by the way, what's up? How are you doing today? So what this one does is you have a character stat and then you have a class stat modifier, and in the character stat you have add modifier and remove modifier, and then calculate final value. So a stat is basically affected by a lot of different modifiers at once, and when you fetch the stat value, they check if the value is dirty, otherwise calculate the final value, basically. I'm gonna have to do something like this, I think. But then again, I think I'm gonna take a step back and define some use cases, or like, what is it called? Examples of how the attributes might be used and utilized in my game. So I don't remember if it was called scenarios or something like that, but let's see here. So one example would be something like this. Let's see. Consumable is spawned, and its attributes salt, sweet, sour, umami, bitter, and hot are generated. Is that how you do? Okay. Let's see here. Okay, there's also a possibility to create attribute action that on attribute change compares all attributes with actions. Take ones that match and executes them at the same time, popping attribute action. This way you can create them with ScriptableObject, making them at least a bit dynamic. Let's see. So that would be something like one attribute action could be hard to explain in short. So scriptable objects can have methods. These methods can be attached to unmatched in attribute action and execute. Okay. It's gonna have to be over-engineered, man. It's gonna be complicated. I think it's under-engineered, actually. But like, think about this world. So we're gonna have a garden with different creatures, and these creatures are gonna have needs and feelings and stuff like that. So they're gonna have a lot of attributes that are ever changing. Some creatures are gonna like food that is sour, and some creatures are gonna like creatures that taste salt, and so on. So it's gonna be a big, hopefully dynamic system. But yeah, I have a fragmented visual in my head of how it should be. I just need to get the last pieces, so to speak. But I think it's going to be a fun adventure and hopefully result in an amazing system. But okay, let's see here, Demin. I like what you're mentioning or what you're writing. I think I've dabbled in something similar when I've thought about this. Attribute actions, like doing it with events. And that might very well be the final solution in the end. But what I think I need to do is I actually just need to write down some of these scenarios involving these attributes and how they might change and affect stuff. Just need to take a look at the time. Yeah, it's okay. So this is one scenario, for instance. Consumable is spawned. So that's something else we're gonna have to implement. A system for randomize or generating attribute values based on some predefined curves and stuff like that. It's gonna be fun. So consumable is spawned. Attributes salt, sweet, sour, umami, bitter, and hot are generated for it. Okay, whatever. Do I want a second list here? Maybe I do. Age is age is set, so probably gonna have age is set to 0. I think that's is going to be how we keep track of age. Although here's another problem. So age, when I first think about the attribute age, I would like it to start at 0 and just increment. But if we do it that way, we're gonna have to increment every age attribute in the entire scene every frame. Right. Instead, if you could have the attribute age be represented by a timestamp, I think that would be better. You can make age in discrete intervals like day. Yeah, but then I'm gonna have to store it as a timestamp, because otherwise we won't know exactly when the thing was instantiated, if you get my meaning. Or actually, let's see here. So this is a question about, should age be stored as some incremental value, or should age be stored as a timestamp? And if it's stored as an incremental value, that's pretty similar to the other attributes. But if it's stored as a timestamp, it's more similar to color, but that should also be okay. Yeah, timestamp would definitely be better, I think. But I would first write more to implementation. There's too little to work efficiently with. But I just want to define some scenarios so I know roughly what I have to work with, if that makes any sense. So like this, time passes, age is incremented or whatever. Oops, that should be 2. Consumable is consumed. Recalculate dirty attributes based on age. How are we working with time for the rest of your game? Good question. Good question. The idea, let's see here. Yeah, I think I agree, Calvino. I think starting with a timestamp is the way to go. Definitely. Let's see here. Timestamp check to next fitting value could be implemented for time based. Yeah, definitely. Okay, but for instance, when I try to think about how I would implement my attributes to enable for this kind of scenario. Like, when it is consumed, how would the attribute age communicate with the other attributes? Ah, shit. Let's see here. Yeah, probably. Yes. Okay. This is close to ECS component data problem. I haven't done anything with ECS, but let's see here. So age should communicate when it reaches certain thresholds, right? Okay, so something. Yeah, I'm gonna have to implement some. I know that this is so incredibly over-engineered, I guess, but I love it. Let's see. Exactly. So my attributes would be only data containers, and some system slash actions would operate on them. That's a great way to put it. So attribute handler holds a set of attributes, and then we add a set of rules, basically. And the rules are what's doing the logic. So one rule could, for instance, be decrease X attribute based on Y attribute, and so on. So one could define a rule that is decrease sweet based on age. So this is the rule we give it, and the rule gets calculated by taking inverse lerp of, or actually taking so age has a min and a max value. Min is born, max is after max it dies, pretty much. So the closer to max it is, the more we want to decrease it. Increase sour over time and decrease sweet over time for fruit, for example. A banana goes from green to yellow to brown to black. Yes, those are the... exactly, those should be... So the term increase sour over time, and that's one mutator we define, and decrease sweet over time, that's another mutator we define. Maybe. Momik, do you know Rujik the Comatose? He's making a creature collecting game in Game Maker, and he's using procedural animation for his monsters. It looks very cool, honestly. No, I don't, but I'm definitely gonna check it out. Or maybe I do. One sec. Maybe I have seen this, but a long time ago. Yeah, it looks very nice. Might check it out more. Okay, yeah, so attributes would be the data containers, and then we have system actions that change these depending on rules. I think that is going to be the approach, and I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Good luck. Okay. Let's see here. So in this case, we would have, when this consumable is spawned, we will generate salt, sweet, sour, umami, bitter, and hot, and age. So 7 attributes. And then we will also generate a set of mutators, or what we are going to call them. Attribute systems might actually be, we might need a few actually. So attribute systems might be something that alters some attribute based on another attribute, while attribute actions might be something like prompt this to happen when attribute goes below X. I think that's a great idea, or I think that's a good approach, rather. So, now to the question. Do we want attribute behavior? Probably if you're going with engine naming. Yeah, it might be best. But Emit Phonos, appreciate it. It should be spicy. That's better, right? Okay, so on to the next question. Should attribute instances hold? Actually, attribute handler should hold a list of attribute mutators, right? Or attribute behaviors. So worst case scenario, in every frame we can loop through that list and see what happens, but we would probably do it in, not for every frame, but in certain time intervals, I think. But that would be good, right? Okay, let's see here. But these mutators or behaviors would also have to be generated on when instantiated. Let's remove this debug log. Okay, it's already removed. Great. Okay. Extensions, attributes. So we have attribute definitions. So one of these is going to stand. Then we have handler. Let's structure it a bit more by doing attribute singletons. So this one would really like to alter the implementation in such a way that we don't need this singleton, but yeah, whatever. And then we have attribute handler and attribute instance. So these two together with the Behaviors, systems, or actions are going to do the heavy lifting. This one is basically not going to do anything, but this one, together with the previously mentioned ones. Attribute mutators. Now attribute behaviors should be the general term for them, and then we're gonna have attribute mutators and some other stuff, I think. Let's see. Folder, something like that. And let's start by defining the base class. But then again, yes, so instances, well, let's see here. I don't know if I'm gonna name it instances, but we're gonna have one attribute behavior that does exactly what you mentioned. So match data and execute it, and then we're gonna have something similar to actions as well. So check for data changes and invoke do something. I think that's good. Because one scenario I'm having in mind as well is, let's take the character. He's got some energy, and if he's walking, he's gonna lose energy slower than he would if he would be running. That means that the character movement script is gonna create we're gonna define a attribute behavior in that one, and that is going to be the of type, let's see here, system slash, whatever we name it. So the character movement create one of those attribute behaviors, fetches the attribute handler and adds that behavior. That attribute handler will always, or update, depending on the rate, the energy level based on that attribute behavior from character movement. I think this is good. Behaviors could be multiple. For example, we have behavior that changes color over age. Thus can be applied to many things like fruits. Yes. Yes. What's up, Dashing Duo Gaming? Appreciate it and welcome. Yeah, it's pretty awesome from time to time. A lot of struggling, but yeah, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, Domin, I think this is a great solution. The question is, behaviors could be multiple. This really starts to be another dots. Let's take a look. I've heard dots a lot, but so is that Unity specific? But I haven't looked into it any deeper. Let's see. So do you think I should jump over to dots for this system? Dots is a great tool as well when you wrap your head around how it works. Okay, I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna keep implementing this in the old way, so to speak. Quote unquote old way, but I'm definitely gonna read up on dots because I've heard so many good things about it, but I've never looked into it. And when I feel comfortable and if I feel it's necessary, I'm gonna transition over to dots. But you can take approaches from ECS. Yeah, okay, very interesting. Definitely going to look into this one. So it's great when you wrap your head around how it works, yeah. Yeah, okay. But I think, so the idea with this attribute system right now, I think it's really shaping up to be something great. Nice, it's okay. If it's a related link to something we're talking about, I'm totally fine with it. So he's explaining the Forge Studio, he's explaining the basics in dots. Dashing Duo Gaming, I'm making a game about an IT tech trying to solve the mystery about an AI and trying to implement dots in it to make a lot of difference in the long run. Oh, okay. Actually, that sounds like a pretty cool basis for a game. Feel free to link anything if you got it. But okay, so Domin, I'm gonna save that link and definitely gonna check that out. Yeah, so it's maybe time to finally learn dots, I guess. Okay. So, in this case, for instance, okay, let's just see if I can get something quick in here. So attribute behaviors. I wonder if I want to see here. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna create in attribute instance. I'm gonna create some methods here. We're gonna create public float get, or actually local, I don't know if that's the best term, but local relative value is equal to mathf dot inverse lerp, I think, AB value, min, max value. And then I want a public float global relative value, mathf dot inverse lerp. And what we're going to do here, this one sucks if we're doing it as a type as Enum. I'm going to show that, or why, soon. VuckQ, hey, I just want to say thank you for getting me into shaders. After I watched your cell shading video, my life kind of changed. I'm currently working on my own game engine. Damn! Wow, Nana, thank you for watching and getting inspired. Great to hear, great to hear. I wish you all the luck in the world. That made me very happy to hear. Dashing Duo Gaming, how long have you been doing this, the programming and making games? Oof. I think I started making games 2016, but I started programming in 2011, I think. But I've been more on the math type side of things previously. Let's see, Domin. As of ECS, it's quite complicated since workflow is very different from... Okay, Go is game objects, right? Shaders requiring ECS specific keywords. Wow, thank you, Domin. No problem at all. Makes me very happy to hear that I've inspired some people. Very nice. But let's see. Okay. So ECS, if I implement it for... So if I implement creature logic with ECS, I would be able to have a lot more creatures on the screen. I guess, because that's the thing with ECS, right? It's made for that kind of problems. Well, I haven't really decided yet how many creatures I will allow for. It's gonna be a rough road ahead, but it's gonna be fun, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna look into all of these different solutions. There's so many new techniques and technologies. It's hard keeping up, to be honest. But I mean, it's amazing. And okay, so inverse lerp here, I want to do type.min, type.max value. Okay, so look how nice and clean global relative value is when using ScriptableObject as the attribute. if I want to do it with the Enum as the basis, it's going to look something like let's see here. Public float global, or we're gonna name it get global relative value. And we're gonna need to do attribute scriptable object also is equal to attribute manager.get attribute scriptable object type as Enum. And we also need to check, I suppose, so return also is equal to null, then I just want to return 0. Otherwise, we want to return mathf inverse lerp also dot min also dot max and value, like this. So this is quite a lot uglier than this, definitely, because here, first of all, it's 2 lines versus 1. Second of all, this one relies on a singleton, which I'm not in love with. And we also have a check. But the idea behind these values are, let's see if I can show you an example that shows this. So we have local min-max and we have global min-max. And that would be something like, let's take an example with the attribute strength for a creature. This one gets generated with, I think I did this example previously today during the stream, but the strength attribute for this creature gets generated with a local min, so that's this value, with 7.2, and a value, that's this one, of 8, and a local max, this one, of 8.8. And then for strength, we're gonna have a global min-max, and that one is defined in the actual attribute. So that's these two. And global min for strength is going to be, if we use this 0 to 10 range, it's going to be 0, and global max is going to be equal to 10. And what I mean by this is that no creature or no living thing in this game is going to be able to have a strength that is greater than 10. And no creature or living thing in this game is going to be able to have a strength that is less than 0. So these are the bounds for the strength attribute in the game world. Okay. The local min and local max, however, are the minimum and maximum strength this creature can have. So this creature might have a strength value of 8 when it's half fed, half hydrated, half sleepy. But if it gets extremely sleepy, the strength will be lower and lower and lower, and the lowest being this local minimum. And that's because a creature's attributes will be based on the well-being of the creature. And I also want these because I want to be able to measure a creature's relative strength to the game world, so to speak. I hope this makes any sense whatsoever. But that's the idea. And what these methods helps me do are, so local relative value, if I want to figure out like between 0 and 1, where is this value between these two? And these are methods we are going to use together with the attribute behaviors later on to hopefully create some cool logic and mutatability. So for instance, if we take this example but with some consumable, so we take, we generate, what the fuck do I know, apple, and it gets generated with a sweet value of, so the sweet value can be for this apple at the smallest at 5 and at max 10. And when we generate it, the age is 0. So let's say that the sweet taste of the apple is at its best at the start of this apple's life cycle. Global mean, global max, probably this. So then we have age as well for this apple, and age has a local min of 0, and at the start it has a value of 0 as well, but it has a local max of let's say 10 in this case, and time is measured in seconds as well. So when 5 seconds have passed, this value is at 5, which means that the age is just in the middle between life and death for this apple. So when we want to affect the sweetness later on, we're gonna go halfway between local min and local max, because the age is halfway between. I hope that makes sense. I might just be talking too much, but I'm gonna see if I can make some progress on the behaviors today. But first of all, I'm just gonna run AFK real quick because I need to make myself another cup of tea. So be right back. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Tum3, thank you so much for the follow, by the way, if you're still here. Appreciate it. Okay, so this is the logic behind it. Probably gonna need some more methods here to make these calculations easier outside. For instance, do I need a lerp? Yes, I think I do. But probably gonna do it something like can I name it public void lerp? Is that intuitive enough? So basically, probably need to rename it, because what this method is going to do is set the value to be equal to so in this case, for the sweetness, here we go. Let's see here. Actually, here we have another problem. So sweetness is measured as small being bad. Or actually, let's see. That doesn't matter. This function is still gonna do this. So, but we're gonna rename it. So this one will set the value to be t between, or interpolated between min and max. Let's see here, you can use normalized instead of relative, as this imposes its 0 and between 0 and 1. So you mean here and here. Yeah, that might actually be. Normalized value, local normalized value. Okay, so I get that normalized implies it's between 0 and 1. But does this make sense in a min-max scenario? Or yeah, but I wonder, so local relative value wasn't that good of a name either, actually. I'm just gonna check one thing. Okay, let's see. So what these do are they return So, I mean, the most straightforward name would be local inverse lerp value, but I'm sometimes using ChatGPT for naming. That's a good idea, I guess. Okay, scaled value. Scaled value. Let's see here. I feel like scaled value would be the other way around, but actually local normalized value might not be too bad. Global normalized value. Normalized to the min-max. Let's go with this for now. I think it's the best one yet. We also have a lerp, but like this one I would like to rename set scale value. Set by local bounds. lerp value by local bounds, public void lerp value, linear interpolate value by, I think that's a good name, global bounds, float t. And here is another thing. So this is also going to be something like this again. Lerp value by global bounds. mathf.lerp. I'm more and more leaning towards just going with the scriptable attribute scriptable objects. Oh no. Yeah. Attribute scriptable objects instead of attribute enum, because this one just really makes things look dirty. Because check this one out. So this one, for going with the attribute scriptable object, we just have type min, type max t. Beautiful. And for the other one, public void lerp value by global bounds float t, and I need to differentiate this one. Lerp value by enum. So here we need to do this first of all, and this, but not return. It's more like if also is equal to null, return. Otherwise value is equal to t. So compare this method to this, and this one to this. I guess this, I might be overcautious while having these checks and so on, because oh fuck, crashes sucks, man. Because I should be under the assumption that every possible attribute in the game should be in the list in this manager, but you never know. Okay. Okay, so let's start by creating a class attribute behavior, I think. And this will probably be a base class, but I'm wondering if it will be or actually we're gonna have attribute behaviors that work on just 2 different attributes. We're gonna have attribute behaviors that work on 3 and 4 and 5 and so on and so on. So Personally, I would see behaviors as systems, taking all objects containing attributes they work on and then update them. Okay, let's see. Okay, so for instance, let's see if we do something like this. Let's just go crazy. Behavior, attribute behavior. So, am I understanding you correct if you would do something like, or if it would be something like, don't think we need behavior here, but okay, so we're having a relationship here. We're having something that affects and some things that gets affected. Affectee and affector. I don't know. Word for something that affects something else. Influencer. But okay, let's see here. Let's just call it public. Let's go with script. Let's go with attribute scriptable object. Affector. Or actually source. Yeah, but are you thinking something like this? So you have, when we define this attribute behavior, we define the source. So the source affects the targets. And then inside of this method, we have something like behave. I don't know, behave. And here we have here we do attributes dot, let's go with using system dot link, and what is it, dot where a dot where a but we're gonna have to do for each target as well. So it's where a, so target dot contains. Hey, can I do this? So we want the attributes. So from this list, we want all attributes where that exists inside of this one. And on those we do for each, right? But what is the link for this one? I always forgot. Let's see, link. I don't want to add my own for each. Select. The idiomatic way to do this with link is to process the collection and return a new collection mapped in the fashion you want. Nah. But I think, shouldn't this be the correct way? So for each attribute here, I'm thinking this is the list from attribute handler. But then I just want to do something for these, and unfortunately I'm gonna have to do something like this, I guess. Okay. Yeah, Baboon, thank you so much, appreciate it. What version of Unity am I using? I'm on a pretty old one, 2021.2.7f1, but I'm starting to think that I might upgrade soon. Okay, so I guess we are gonna have to do a for each here. So it's gonna be for each. Oops. Attribute in like this, I think. Attribute ScriptableObject. And then we do for each operation, yes. So I guess this would be quite a rough way to do this, but attribute. So if we go by this one, for instance, we could do something like attribute actually, now when I think about it, this is attribute instance. Attribute instance. Where so maybe let's see. Okay, let's take a look at this one. execute But is it something like this? Or let's see if I can understand what's happening here. Execute is like update. Okay. Attribute holders get objects. So each attribute behavior Yeah. But is this a static class? What is this one? That would be class written for every new behavior you want to make. Let's see here. Yeah. Yeah, baboon, what are you trying to achieve here? I'm trying to create a complicated and generic attribute system which will lay the basis for a lot of stuff in my game. So I want to implement a attribute system that supports representing attributes on a creature like age and energy and hunger and so on. And I want that same attribute system to be able to represent tastes of some consumable, like how sweet it is, how sour it is, and so on. So I'm trying to implement the attribute system. That's the short answer. You can do attribute behavior based. Technically, we're making data-oriented programming. Okay. So let's see here. This code, I'm just trying to understand what you're saying here, Domin. So this code should be in each new attribute behavior I create. So and what I'm thinking here, so attribute holders, contents of execute, yes. Okay, yeah. So this is something that's overridden, probably. But, so this attribute behavior object needs a reference to the attribute holders, right? Attribute holders would be nice wrapped that all objects with attributes would register, so no get component would be needed. You're thinking like that. I don't think we need get component anyway. I don't think. So I'm gonna leave this here as a comment. Because in the current approach, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna have to do dot select one sec. Is it type I want? Target, select. No, it's not type. It's, or is it? Let's see, attribute scriptable objects. No. I want to do. Okay, I'm starting to lose it. I want to do targets contains not a, but type. Like that. Okay, so if we do it like this, behave, that's process maybe. Whatever. So we, and let's do, I'm just gonna see if I can finish this method, and then I will try and explain what the fuck is going on. So ooh. I'm probably gonna need something, so let's see here. I know it's quite a complicated solution, but I have to work on a big project with DCS. Yeah, I'm definitely on your side here. I just feel like I might be lacking the proper understanding of dots/ECS to properly understand your solution. Hopefully with some reading up, I will be able to better make sense of it. But let's see here. So process, this is attributes. I want to do I also want to do attribute instance. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Source type target types. And here I want to do source is equal to attributes What's up, Luna? It's been a while. What do you mean? Do you live stream often? Nah, actually, not often enough. So this is the first time I'm live streaming on YouTube, and I live streamed for pretty much the entirety of November 2023, and then I had some other things to do in December. But the idea now is to try and stream basically every day this year, except for weekends. Domin, it's a very different approach from component architecture. Yes, so I might be missing that understanding of how one should think when implementing things in dots/ECS. But I promise you, I will try and read up on it. I can't say when, and come back to this solution. Actually, let me do this. I still take some, so like what I think I understand from this solution, I take some inspiration and try to implement it in a way I understand. Yeah, let's just keep it like that. Thank you, Luna. So, as do I. Okay, so let's see here. Attribute instance source is equal to attributes. And here I want to get actually, we do have a... This is where I'm starting to feel a little bit skeptical to my solution, because what I want to do here is dictionary attribute ScriptableObject attribute instance. So I'm basically sending in the entirety of this one. So basically what so maybe this logic could be done outside, but so what we're going to do is attribute instance source is equal to attributes try get okay, we're gonna do it like this. If attributes dot contains key source type Oops. Okay. Or actually, if it doesn't contain it, return. Otherwise, source is equal to attributes dot get value default, whatever. Source type. So here we get the source attribute, the attribute that should affect the other ones. Oh, wow, Luna, no problem at all. Thank you for enjoying what I'm doing. Nice to hear. Graphics programming is... I fucking love it. It's great. It's hard and fun. Okay. So now we have the source. Now I just need to figure out how to get the targets. And that should be something like attribute instance targets is equal to attributes here I might as well do where something like this. I think to array might be able to skip this to array cast, but let's see. So basically what I'm doing here is I send in all the attributes in the attribute handler. Might want to do this outside of this class actually. I get the source in that one and I get the targets in that one, defined by these. This feels a little bit dirty, but let's see. Yeah, the problem is that this one returns a copy, I think. No. The objects themselves are okay. Okay, so I think we can do this. Should probably be able to just do this. For attribute instance target attribute in attributes dot values where a target types. Okay, so we get the source, we get all the targets, and for every target we want to apply some form of mutation. So target attribute, actually let's just name it target, and in this case let's just go with target set lerp value by local bounds, and then we want to figure out the t here, and we're going to do that by going source local normalized value. Oh, we don't need those. So something like that. So in this case, let's see that target is let's go with this example again. So we generate this apple, so it has an age and a sweetness attribute. Then we also generate an attribute behavior that is source type age and target type sweetness, or yeah, sweet. And every time we process this, we check if our attribute handler has any age attribute. If it does, we check if our attribute handler has any sweet attribute. If it does, we take our sweet attribute and we lerp the value between its local bounds based on the source local value. It's a little bit messy, but it's an example of how attributes can affect other attributes based on these attribute behaviors. I think this is a start, and I think I got a lot done today, because it's closing in on 3 here where I live, so I'm gonna end this stream for today, but it's been very nice. I will see if I get some time to read up on ECS/dots later today, and hopefully in any way, hopefully I will come back tomorrow a little bit stronger. I'm sorry about that, Calvino, but you can catch me tomorrow as well. So yes, thank you so much for watching today, everybody, and hopefully I will see you tomorrow as well. Definitely, Domin. Appreciate it. God fortsättning. Bye.
Why would you take that?
Doodle, thank you so much for the rain. How was your stream? Right, so we need to do int count equals 0, and then we do count plus plus, and if count plus plus is greater than 10, we will just break. So we take the 10 first widgets, or maybe 20 for higher accuracy, and we will